Welcome to Whispering Willow's Sleep, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The mist clung to Dartmoor like a secret it refused to tell. It was the autumn of 1893, and dawn broke slowly over the ancient landscape, each ray of light having to negotiate its passage through layers of fog that had settled during the night, like silk scarves draped by an invisible hand. The heather, purple and fading now as October deepened, released its faint perfume into the damp air, earthy, faintly sweet, tinged with the mineral scent of granite and the distant memory of rain. Somewhere across the moorland, a curlew called out, its cry lonely and strange, as if the bird itself were questioning whether it should have stayed in such a place. And there, just beyond the shadow of Belvoir Tor, where the standing stones marked boundaries older than memory, a shepherd named Thomas Ray stopped walking. His crook slipped from his fingers. It clattered against the rocks with a sound that seemed too sharp, too real, for the dreamlike quality of the morning. Thomas didn't bend to retrieve it. His eyes were fixed on something ahead, something that shouldn't have been there, arranged as it was across the heather, like the aftermath of a nightmare that had forgotten to fade with the darkness. Torn fabric. Dark stains spread across the moorland grass. Claw marks gouged deep into the stone surface of an ancient marker, the granite scored as if by knives, or talons, or something that existed in the terrible space between the two. The shepherd's breath came faster now, misting in the cold air. He was a man of the moor, born to its moods and mysteries, but this was different. This was wrong in a way that made his hands tremble and his throat go dry. The fabric was good wool, the kind a gentleman might wear, and it lay in strips as if something had pulled it apart with a fury that went beyond human anger, beyond human strength. And there, pressed into the soft earth beside the torn cloth, were prints, boot prints, clear and deep, the kind a man might leave as he ran. But they didn't continue in any sensible direction. Instead, they seemed to stutter, to change, and then, impossibly, they became something else entirely. Something with claws, something that ran on 4 legs rather than 2. Thomas Rye turned and walked back toward Grimpen village faster than he'd moved in 20 years. His crook forgotten, his flock forgotten. Every sensible thought driven from his mind by the single, terrible certainty that something walked the moor under the full moon that was not meant to walk anywhere at all. The village of Grimpen huddled in a depression of the moorland, as if trying to hide from the wind and the wide, indifferent sky. It was a small place, perhaps 40 cottages clustered around a Norman church, whose tower had watched over the landscape since the conquest, bearing witness to generations who had scratched their living from this unforgiving land. The cottages were built of moorstone, their walls thick against the winter gales, their windows small and deep-set like suspicious eyes. Smoke rose from chimneys in thin, hesitant streams, as if even the fires were uncertain about drawing attention to themselves. This was the England that the grand exhibitions in London preferred to forget. The England of isolated communities, where the old ways still held sway. where a man's word was his bond because there was no policeman within 10 miles to enforce anything else, where the church and the public house divided the soul's allegiance between them and both did a fair trade. Dartmoor itself was a kind of kingdom unto itself, vast and untamed despite the best efforts of the Victorian age to catalogue, measure and rationalise every corner of the realm. Here the railway had not yet penetrated. Here the moor was still ruled by the ancient granite, by the bogs that could swallow a man and his horse, by the legends that no amount of progress could quite extinguish. The locals spoke of the wished hounds that were said to hunt across the moor on stormy nights, of pixies that led travellers astray, of standing stones that moved when no one was watching. In London, such talk would earn a condescending smile from any educated man. But on Dartmoor, where the wind carried voices that seemed to come from nowhere, and the mist could turn familiar landmarks into something strange and threatening, even the sceptics sometimes wondered. It was to this village that Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson arrived on the afternoon train to Princetown, followed by a long, uncomfortable journey by trap across the moorland roads that were little more than tracks worn by centuries of cartwheels and sheep-hoofs, winding between the tors like threads through a vast grey-green tapestry. Holmes sat back in the trap with his long legs folded awkwardly, his sharp eyes taking in the landscape with the same intense focus he might give to a ransacked room or a cryptic message. His face was pale beneath his travelling cap, his features angular and aristocratic, the face of a man whose intellect was both his greatest weapon and his heaviest burden. He had said little during the journey from London, only rousing himself occasionally to make some observation about the soil composition or the types of birds they passed. Observations delivered in that clipped, precise manner that suggested his mind was always several steps ahead of wherever his body happened to be. Watson, sitting beside him and trying to prevent his medical bag from sliding across the trap's floor as they jolted over the uneven ground, watched his friend with a mixture of concern and curiosity. He had known Holmes long enough to recognize when a case had captured more than just the detective's professional interest. There was something in the way Holmes held himself, a tension that spoke of genuine intrigue rather than mere intellectual exercise. "You're unusually quiet," Watson ventured, raising his voice slightly to be heard over the rattle of wheels and the steady clip of the horse's hooves. "Even for you." Holmes turned his head, and for a moment his expression was almost amused. "Am I? I was merely considering the particulars of our situation, Watson. A brutal attack, or so we're told. Witnesses who claim to have seen a transformation. A man becoming a beast beneath the full moon. Local superstition running wild, no doubt fueled by isolation and an excess of imagination." "You believe it's a hoax, then?" "I believe," Holmes said carefully, "that human nature is far more monstrous than any creature of legend. If there is a wolf-man on Dartmoor, Watson, I assure you he walks on 2 legs and has very human motives for his actions. The question is merely one of identifying which particular specimen of humanity has chosen this theatrical approach to villainy." The trap crested a small rise, and Grimpen village came into view below them, its grey cottages nearly the same colour as the moorstone tors that surrounded it. The driver, a taciturn man who had offered nothing but grunts in response to Watson's attempts at conversation, gestured with his whip toward the church tower. "Grimpen, sirs. The Rye Arms'll be your lodging, I expect. Mrs. Barrister keeps it clean enough, and the beer's honest. which is more than can be said for some. As they descended toward the village, Watson noticed faces appearing at cottage windows, watching their arrival with undisguised interest. News travelled slowly to such isolated places, but once it arrived, it was examined from every possible angle. 2 gentlemen from London, coming to investigate the strange happenings on the moor, that would provide conversation for weeks, whether they solved anything or not. The Ray Arms was a low-built establishment that looked as if it had grown organically from the moorland, rather than being constructed by human hands. Its thatched roof was thick with moss, its windows diamond-paned and slightly crooked, its doorway so low that Holmes had to duck his head to enter. Inside, the ceiling was crossed with blackened beams, and a fire burned in a great stone hearth, despite the fact that the afternoon was not particularly cold. But on Dartmoor, Watson was beginning to understand. Fires were less about warmth than about pushing back the encroaching wilderness, about asserting human presence in a landscape that barely acknowledged it. Mrs. Barrister, the landlady, was a woman of perhaps 50, broad-shouldered and capable-looking, with sharp eyes that assessed them both in a single glance. She was, Watson noted with approval, the sort of woman who could probably deliver a baby, set a broken bone, and brew a decent cup of tea with equal competence, the kind of woman the moorland produced out of necessity. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she said, her accent soft and burring, with a distinctive Dartmoor inflection. "Your rooms are ready. I expect you'll be wanting to speak with Thomas Rye. He's been in a state since this morning, poor soul. Never seen him so shaken, and he's a man who once spent 3 nights on the moor in a blizzard without so much as a tremble." "The shepherd who found the evidence?" Holmes inquired, removing his gloves with precise movements. "The same. He's through in the snug, trying to steady his nerves with brandy. Not that it seems to be helping much." She paused, then added almost reluctantly, "There's others who've seen things too, Mr. Holmes. Not just Thomas. Might be you'll want to speak with them as well." Holmes's eyes gleamed with interest. "Excellent. Perhaps you could arrange for them to gather this evening. I should very much like to hear their accounts." Mrs. Barrister nodded slowly, though her expression suggested some doubt about the wisdom of encouraging such talk. "I'll see what I can do. Though I warn you, sir, folks around here don't take kindly to being told their eyes deceived them. The moor's an old place. Old places have long memories, and not all of them are comfortable ones." It was a curious thing to say, Watson thought, and curiously said, not with the defensive belligerence of ignorance, but with the quiet certainty of someone who had lived alongside mystery long enough to respect it without needing to understand it. Thomas Rye proved to be a man of about 40, weathered and lean in the way of those who spent their lives in hard physical labour. His hands, wrapped around a glass of brandy, were the hands of someone who had worked with stone and sheep and stubborn moorland soil, calloused, capable hands that were now trembling despite their owner's obvious efforts to control them. Holmes settled into the chair across from him with that peculiar stillness he could adopt when interviewing witnesses, a stillness that somehow encouraged confidences. Watson took up a position by the small window, from which he could see the moor rising beyond the village, already beginning to fade into the gathering dusk. "Mr. Ray," Holmes began, his voice gentle, almost conversational, "I understand you've had a distressing experience. Perhaps you could walk me through exactly what you saw this morning." The shepherd took a long swallow of brandy before speaking. "I was checking on the flock, up by Bellevator. That's my usual round, has been for 20 years. I know every stone, every dip in the ground. I know where the bog lies waiting, and where the ground is sound. I know that place like I know my own face in the glass." He paused, his eyes distant, seeing something other than the comfortable interior of the public house. The mist was heavy, but that's nothing unusual for this time of year. Beautiful in its way. The sun trying to break through, everything soft and quiet. I had my crook, I was counting the sheep, and then I saw the stones by the old marker. The standing stones, you understand. They've been there since before the Normans, before the Saxons, maybe before anyone. And there was something on the ground beside them. The torn clothing, Holmes prompted. Aye, torn to ribbons it was. Good wool, too. You could see that even with it all in pieces. And the marks on the stone. Ray's hands tightened around his glass. "I've seen what a dog can do to cloth, Mr. Holmes. I've seen what a fox does to a chicken. But this was different. Savage, like, angry. The stone itself was scored, gouged deep. You'd need metal tools to do that. Or claws, like iron. And the footprints? This was clearly the part that disturbed the shepherd most. His face went pale, and he took another swallow of brandy before continuing. "That's the thing that makes no sense, sir. There were boot prints, clear as day in the soft earth. A man's boots, good leather, running. You could see where he'd slipped a bit, where he'd stumbled. And then they changed." "Changed?" Watson couldn't help interjecting. "How do you mean, changed?" Ray turned to look at him, and his eyes held something that might have been a plea for understanding, or perhaps just a desperate hope that someone would explain what he'd seen in rational terms. "They became something else, Doctor. The boot prints ended, and in their place were tracks like a great hound might leave, 4-footed, clawed, deep, as if whatever made them was running hard. And they went off across the moor toward Grimpen, toward the village." Holmes leaned forward slightly. Could someone have changed footwear? Perhaps stepped into some kind of constructed paw to create false tracks? "I thought of that, sir," Ray said, and there was a kind of relief in his voice that Holmes had suggested a rational explanation. "I looked carefully, but there was no second set of prints, no place where someone could have stopped to change. It was all one trail, continuous-like. The man became the beast, or seemed to, right there on the moor." The room fell silent, except for the crackling of the fire. Outside, the light was fading rapidly in that peculiar way it did on the moor, as if the darkness rose from the ground rather than descending from the sky. Watson found himself thinking of all the rational explanations Holmes would surely produce. Tricks of light, misidentification, perhaps even deliberate deception. And yet there was something in the shepherd's voice, a bone-deep certainty, that was difficult to dismiss entirely. Holmes sat back, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in that characteristic pose Watson knew so well. "Tell me about the full moon," he said quietly. "Others claim to have seen something during the last full moon. What exactly did they report?" Ray glanced toward the door of the snug, as if checking that they were truly alone. "There's talk, Mr. Holmes, talk of something that runs the moor at night. Samuel Cartwright, the blacksmith's son, he swears he saw a figure on 2 legs, man-shaped, but wrong somehow, too hunched, too quick in its movements, and then it dropped to all fours and ran like no man ever could. This was 3 nights ago, when the moon was full and bright enough to read by. And did young Cartwright report this to the authorities? A bitter smile crossed Ray's face. Authorities, sir? The nearest magistrate is in Tavistock, and he's more concerned with sheep stealing than monsters. No, we keep our own counsel here. Always have. The moor takes care of its own problems in its own way. It was a glimpse into a world that existed alongside Victorian progress, but remained largely untouched by it. A world where ancient customs and communal justice still held sway, where the rule of law was something that happened elsewhere, to other people. Watson, with his orderly medical mind and his faith in reason and civilization, found it both fascinating and slightly unsettling. As if sensing his discomfort, Holmes rose smoothly to his feet. "Thank you, Mr. Ray. You've been most helpful. I should like to examine the site myself tomorrow morning, if you'd be willing to guide us there." The shepherd nodded slowly. I can do that. Though I warn you, sir, the moor's a strange place. Things happen there that don't happen elsewhere. You might do well to remember that. As they climbed the narrow stairs to their rooms later that evening, Watson couldn't help but notice the unusual quietness that had settled over his friend. Holmes moved with his customary energy, unpacking his few belongings with quick, efficient movements. But there was something in his expression, a thoughtfulness, perhaps, or the faintest shadow of uncertainty. "You're troubled," Watson observed, settling into the room's single armchair. Holmes paused in his unpacking, a shirt in his hands, and for a moment his mask of certainty slipped. "Troubled? No, Watson, merely attentive. There is something here, some pattern I'm not yet seeing clearly. A land dispute, no doubt. Someone using fear and superstition to drive others from contested territory. It's an old strategy, and usually quite effective in isolated communities. But nothing," Holmes said firmly, resuming his unpacking. "We shall examine the evidence tomorrow with clear heads and rational minds. Whatever is happening on Dartmoor, I assure you it has a perfectly logical explanation. It always does." And yet, as Watson lay in his bed that night, listening to the wind moving across the moor with a sound like distant voices, he couldn't quite shake the feeling that his friend was trying to convince himself as much as anyone else. Outside, beyond the small window, the moon rose over Dartmoor, not quite full yet, but close enough to cast silver light across the ancient landscape, illuminating the standing stones and the endless sweep of heather, the granite tors and the deep, secretive valleys. And somewhere out there, if the stories were true, something waited for the moon to reach its fullness once more. The moor held its secrets close, as it had for thousands of years, and it was not yet ready to give them up. Dawn came to Dartmoor with a reluctance that seemed almost deliberate, as if the night were hesitant to release its grip on the moorland. Watson woke to find grey light seeping through the small window of his room, a light that seemed to contain no warmth, only a kind of pale insistence that the day must begin whether anyone wished it to or not. From somewhere below he could hear the clatter of pots and the low murmur of voices. Mrs. Barrister preparing breakfast, no doubt, and perhaps an early patron or two taking their morning ale before heading out to work. Holmes was already awake, of course. Watson found him in the small dining room, sitting at a table near the window with a cup of black coffee and a plate of bread and cheese that appeared largely untouched. His attention was fixed on a worn map of the moorland spread before him, his long fingers tracing the contour lines and marked paths with the delicate precision of a surgeon examining an anatomy. "Good morning, Watson," he said, without looking up. "I trust you slept well?" The bed in my room has a distinct list to the left, as if the entire building were slowly surrendering to gravity, but I found it strangely conducive to thought. Watson settled into the chair across from him and poured himself tea from the pot Mrs. Barrister had left warming. "Well enough, considering the wind sounds like a chorus of the damned. What are you studying?" "The landscape," Holmes replied, tapping the map with one finger. "Geography, my dear Watson, is often the key to understanding human behavior. People flow across terrain like water, following paths of least resistance, clustering in defensible positions, fighting over resources. Look here, Bellevator, where our shepherd made his discovery. Now trace your finger northwest toward these markers." Watson leaned forward, squinting at the faded markings. "What am I looking at?" "Boundary stones, ancient ones, marking the edges of what was once common grazing land. But notice this notation here: disputed territory, see parish records. This particular stretch of moorland has been contested for at least a century, possibly longer. The question is, who stands to gain from keeping people away from it?" Before Watson could respond, Mrs. Barrister appeared with a plate of eggs and bacon that she set before him with brisk efficiency. "Thomas Rise. Waiting outside when you're ready, gentlemen. And there's someone else wanting a word. Mr. Jack Stapleton. Says it's urgent." Holmes looked up with interest. "Stapleton? That would be the naturalist, I believe. The one who's been studying the moorland butterflies." "The same," Mrs. Barrister confirmed, though something in her tone suggested she had reservations about the man. "Came here 2 years ago from up north, took the old Merripit house out on the moor. Keeps to himself mostly, except when he's chasing after his specimens with that net of his." "Show him in," Holmes said, folding the map with quick, practiced movements. "Let's see what urgency brings a butterfly collector calling before breakfast is finished." Jack Stapleton proved to be a man of about 35, lean and energetic, with the kind of nervous vitality that reminded Watson of a terrier constantly alert for rats. He was dressed in rough tweeds suitable for tramping across the moorland, and his boots bore the distinctive reddish mud of the peat bogs. His face was intelligent, almost handsome, though there was something in his eyes, a sharpness perhaps, or a calculation, that made Watson instinctively wary. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said, offering his hand with an enthusiasm that seemed slightly forced. "I'm delighted you've come. Absolutely delighted. This business with the attacks has been most distressing indeed. The locals are in a state of near panic, which doesn't help matters at all." Holmes gestured for him to sit. "You have information about the incidents, Mr. Stapleton?" "Information? Well, I'm not sure I'd call it information exactly. Observations, perhaps. You see, I spend a great deal of time on the moor. My work demands it. Butterflies are most active during specific conditions, and one must be present to document them. I've been out at all hours, in all weathers, and I've seen things." "Things," Holmes repeated, his tone carefully neutral. "Could you be more specific?" Stapleton leaned forward, his hands clasped together on the table. 3 weeks ago, during the last full moon, I was out near Grimpen Mire studying a particular species of moth. It was perhaps 2 in the morning. The moon was extraordinarily bright, and I heard something moving through the heather. Large, moving quickly. At first, I assumed it was a stray pony. They sometimes wander from the herds. But then it came into view, and I saw... He paused, seeming to struggle with the description. It was man-shaped, Mr. Holmes, but it moved wrong, hunched over, running on what appeared to be its hands and feet, but not like a man would crawl. More like an animal that had recently learned to walk upright and was reverting to its natural state. The moonlight caught it clearly. I could see what appeared to be hair or fur covering its body. And when it turned its head in my direction, the eyes reflected the light, like a dog's eyes, like a wolf's. Watson felt a chill run down his spine despite himself. The morning light streaming through the window suddenly seemed inadequate to drive away the shadows in the corners of the room. Holmes, however, remained perfectly composed. "And what did you do?" "I stood absolutely still," Stapleton admitted. "I was frightened, Mr. Holmes. I don't mind confessing it. The thing watched me for perhaps 30 seconds, though it felt like an eternity, and then it loped away toward the northern moor. I didn't follow it. I returned home and spent the rest of the night trying to convince myself I'd seen a trick of the light, or perhaps a large dog. But I know what I saw." "Has your work brought you into contact with the local land disputes?" Holmes asked, his tone conversational, but his eyes sharp. "I understand there's been some controversy over grazing rights near where you've established your residence." For just a moment, something flickered across Stapleton's face. Surprise, perhaps, or wariness. The Merripit land? Yes, there's been some unpleasantness. The property technically belongs to me. I purchased it legally from the previous owner. But the Barrymore family claims their sheep have grazed that portion of moor for 3 generations. They're quite insistent about it, though legally they haven't a leg to stand on. The Barrymores being local farmers? Yes, though farmers is perhaps too generous a term. Frank Barrymore and his sons are rough men, Mr. Holmes. Violent tempers run in that family. There have been incidents, threats, damaged fences. One of my collection nets was deliberately torn to pieces and left where I'd find it. I've considered bringing in the magistrate, but as I'm sure you understand, that would only inflame tensions further. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. And yet, these attacks began after your dispute with the Barrymores became public knowledge. Stapleton's expression hardened. If you're suggesting that the Barrymores are behind this Wolfman nonsense to frighten me away from my property, I can assure you I've considered the possibility. But how would they create such an elaborate hoax? And why target others who have nothing to do with our dispute? The first attack was on a travelling tinker who was merely passing through the area. It was a fair point, Watson thought. If someone were staging these incidents to resolve a land dispute, why cast such a wide net? "Perhaps," Holmes said quietly, "we should visit the site of yesterday's incident. Mr. Rye is waiting to guide us, I believe. Would you care to join us, Mr. Stapleton? Your knowledge of the terrain might prove valuable." The naturalist hesitated, then shook his head. "I think not. I have observations to complete this morning. There's a brief window when the weather is suitable. But please, Mr. Holmes, if there's anything I can do to help resolve this matter, you have only to ask. The sooner we can return to rational normalcy, the better for everyone." After Stapleton had departed, Watson turned to Holmes with a questioning look. "What do you make of him?" "A man with much to gain from frightening away his neighbours," Holmes replied, rising from the table. "Or a man genuinely disturbed by inexplicable events. Perhaps both. Come, Watson, let's see what the moor has to tell us in daylight." Thomas Rye led them across the moorland with the sure-footed confidence of someone who had walked these paths since childhood. The morning had brought no warmth with it, only a grey diffuse light that seemed to flatten the landscape into something almost two-dimensional. The heather stretched away in all directions, broken here and there by granite outcrops that rose like the bones of some ancient, buried giant. In the distance, Watson could see the dark shape of Grimpen Mire, its edges indistinct and threatening, the kind of place that seemed to exist specifically to swallow the unwary. "The bogs are treacherous this time of year," Rye commented, following Watson's gaze. "Ground that's solid in summer turns to soup come autumn. We lose sheep to them regularly. Lost a pony last spring, went through the crust, and was gone before we could even attempt a rescue. The moor takes what it wants, when it wants it." It was a bleak philosophy, Watson thought, but appropriate to the landscape. This was not the tamed pastoral England of the southern counties. This was something older, harsher, a place where nature had not yet been persuaded to accommodate human ambitions. They crested a small rise, and Belliver Tor came into view, a dramatic pile of granite that had weathered into strange, almost sculptural forms, balanced impossibly atop one another. And there, at its base, stood the standing stones Rye had mentioned. 3 pillars of worked granite, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain, marked with carvings so ancient they were barely discernible. Holmes approached them with his magnifying glass already in hand, his whole body taut with concentration. Watson watched as his friend examined the ground, the stones themselves, the scattered remnants of torn fabric that still clung to the heather. For several minutes the only sounds were the wind and the occasional call of a moorland bird. Finally Holmes straightened, his expression thoughtful. "Interesting. Most interesting. Watson, come and look at these marks on the stone." Watson crouched beside him, examining the gouges Rye had described. They were deep, certainly, far deeper than fingernails could create, even if someone had been determined enough to try. 4 parallel lines, slightly curved, scored into the granite with considerable force. "Could be made with metal tools," Watson observed. "Someone determined to create the appearance of claw marks." "Could be," Holmes agreed. "But notice the depth variation. These weren't carved carefully with chisels. They were made with force, with violence. And look here, at the base of each groove. Do you see how the stone has been fractured? That's not the result of patient work. That's impact, sudden and powerful." He moved to the torn fabric, lifting a piece carefully between his fingers. "Good wool, as Rye noted. From a gentleman's coat, I'd say. But look at the edges of the tears. Not cut cleanly with a blade, but ripped, shredded. The fibres are separated violently, pulled apart rather than severed." "Someone with considerable strength," Watson suggested. "Or something," Rye interjected quietly. Both men turned to look at the shepherd, who stood a few paces away, his eyes scanning the moorland with an alertness that spoke of genuine unease. "Begging your pardon, sirs, but I've been thinking about this all night. I know what you'll say, that there's a rational explanation, that men can do terrible things to each other." "But the tracks, Mr. Holmes. What about the tracks?" Holmes walked to where Rye pointed, to a patch of softer earth sheltered from the wind by one of the standing stones. And there, preserved as clearly as if they'd been cast in plaster, were the prints the shepherd had described. Boot prints, clear, distinct, showing the pattern of the sole, the heel strike, the slight drag of someone moving quickly. Watson counted 7 of them, forming a stumbling, running pattern. And then they changed. It was impossible, Watson's rational mind insisted. And yet, there it was, visible in the cold morning light. The bootprints became something else, larger, 4-toed, clawed. The gait changed from bipedal to quadrupedal. The depth increased, suggesting greater weight or greater speed, or both. Holmes crouched beside them for a long time, his glass moving slowly across the tracks, examining every detail. When he finally stood, his face was carefully neutral, revealing nothing of his thoughts. "Could be made artificially," he said. But there was a note in his voice Watson had rarely heard, uncertainty, perhaps, or the faintest edge of doubt. "Constructed paws, worn over shoes, though I confess I see no indication of where such a change would have occurred. No second set of prints, no disturbed earth suggesting someone stopped to alter their footwear." "Because there wasn't any change of footwear," Ray said firmly. "What you're looking at, Mr. Holmes, is exactly what it appears to be. A man became something else, right there on that spot. And then he ran toward the village on 4 legs instead of 2. The 3 men stood in silence, the wind moving around them, carrying with it the scent of heather and peat, and something else, something wild and indefinable that seemed to be part of the moor itself. Finally, Holmes spoke, his voice quiet but firm. "There is a rational explanation for this, gentlemen. There must be. And I intend to discover what it is. Watson, we need to speak with these Barrymores. If there's a land dispute at the heart of this matter, then understanding the stakes involved may illuminate the method." As they walked back toward Grimpen, Watson found himself glancing over his shoulder more than once, scanning the empty moorland behind them. It was foolish, he knew. It was daylight. They were armed, and whatever was happening here had a perfectly logical explanation that Holmes would undoubtedly uncover. And yet, the moor seemed to watch them as they departed, its ancient stones and endless heather holding secrets that predated logic, predated reason, predated the entire Victorian certainty that the world could be measured, catalogued, and understood. Some things, the landscape seemed to whisper, were older than explanation, and some mysteries preferred to remain unsolved. The Barrymore farmstead sat in a shallow valley, perhaps a mile from Grimpen village, sheltered from the worst of the moorland winds by a natural fold in the land. It was a working farm of the old type, the kind that had existed on Dartmoor for centuries, stone buildings with slate roofs, a cobbled yard perpetually muddy, with the traffic of animals and farm carts, the sharp smell of manure and hay, mixing with the ever-present scent of peat smoke. A few chickens scratched in the yard, and somewhere in one of the outbuildings a dog barked with the kind of territorial insistence that suggested strangers were not particularly welcome. As Holmes and Watson approached, a figure emerged from the barn. A man in his late 50s, broad-shouldered and thick-bodied in the way of those who had spent their lives in physical labour. His face was weathered to the colour and texture of the moorstone itself, lined deeply around the eyes and mouth, and his hands, as he wiped them on his worn trousers, were the size of small spades. This, Watson surmised, would be Frank Barrymore, patriarch of the family that Stapleton had described with such thinly veiled contempt. "Mr. Barrymore," Holmes called out, his voice carrying across the yard with that peculiar clarity he could summon when needed. "I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. We're investigating the recent incidents on the moor. Might we have a word with you?" Barrymore's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Wariness, perhaps, or calculation. He set down the bucket he'd been carrying and walked toward them with the rolling gait of a man whose knees had absorbed too many years of rough terrain. "I heard you'd come," he said, his accent thick with the Devon burr that made his words sound almost like a different language. "From London, they say. Come to tell us there's no such thing as monsters, I expect." "I've come to discover the truth," Holmes replied evenly. "Whatever that truth might be, I understand you've had some difficulties with Mr. Stapleton regarding grazing rights." A muscle twitched in Barrymore's jaw. Difficulties. That's one word for it. That man comes here from God knows where, buys land that my family's worked for 3 generations, and tells us our sheep have no right to graze there any more. 3 generations, Mr. Holmes. My grandfather brought his flock to those pastures. My father did the same. And now some gentleman with his butterfly nets and his fancy London manners says it all belongs to him. "Legally, doesn't it?" Watson interjected, then immediately regretted the question when Barrymore's gaze swung toward him with an intensity that was almost physical. "Legal," the farmer said, and the word came out like something bitter he needed to spit from his mouth. "There's legal, and then there's right, Doctor. My family kept those pastures clear, maintained the old walls, pulled sheep from the bogs when they wandered too close. We were stewards of that land, even if we didn't hold the paper that said so. And now we're supposed to just step aside because some outsider waved money at the previous owner." Holmes tilted his head slightly, his expression one of genuine interest rather than judgment. "The previous owner being?" "Old Thomas Baskerville. He understood how things worked on the moor. We had an arrangement, informal, perhaps, but honoured on both sides. When he died without heirs, the land went to auction, and Stapleton snapped it up. Probably saw it as a bargain, didn't bother to learn there were agreements in place that went deeper than legal documents." "And when did these supernatural incidents begin in relation to Mr. Stapleton's arrival?" Holmes asked, though Watson suspected he already knew the answer. Barrymore's face darkened. "You think I'm behind it? Think I've dressed up in some costume to frighten the gentleman away? That's what you're getting at, isn't it?" "I'm merely gathering information," Holmes said mildly, "though I confess the timing is suggestive. The attacks began shortly after the land dispute became acrimonious." For a long moment, Barrymore stood silent, his massive hands clenched at his sides. Then, slowly, he seemed to deflate slightly, the anger draining away to leave something that looked almost like weariness. "Come inside," he said quietly. "There's things you need to understand about this place. Things that don't fit into your London logic." The interior of the farmhouse was dim and cluttered with the accumulated possessions of generations, heavy furniture that had been built to last centuries, not decades, photographs in tarnished frames showing stern-faced men and women in Victorian dress, agricultural tools hanging from the beams, their purposes mysterious to Watson's urban eyes. A fire burned in the great hearth, and beside it sat an elderly woman who Watson took to be Barrymore's mother, her hands busy with knitting, despite eyes that seemed filmed with cataracts. Two younger men rose from the table as they entered, Barrymore's sons, clearly, bearing the same broad build and weathered features. One was perhaps 30, the other a few years younger, both watching the visitors with expressions that mixed curiosity and suspicion in equal measure. "My boys," Barrymore said shortly. "Thomas and William, they work the farm with me, same as I worked it with my father." He gestured toward rough chairs by the fire. "Sit. You'll take tea?" The ritual of hospitality, Watson knew, was sacred in such places, a way of establishing common ground, of acknowledging shared humanity before difficult conversations began. They accepted, and Mrs. Barrymore, the younger, revealed to be Frank's wife when she emerged from the scullery, poured strong, dark tea into thick ceramic mugs. "You want to know about the Wolfman?" Barrymore said once they were settled, the steam from the tea rising between them like a barrier, or perhaps a bridge. "You want to know if I'm play-acting with masks and costumes to frighten Stapleton off my land? The answer is no, but that doesn't mean there's nothing out there." "Tell me," Holmes said simply, and in those two words Watson heard his friend's peculiar gift, the ability to invite confession without seeming to judge, to create a space where truth could emerge, unburdened by preconception. Barrymore leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, his gaze fixed on the fire. "The moor is old, Mr. Holmes, older than the village, older than the church, older than any name we have for it. My family's been here 4 generations, but there were people here before us, the old people who built the standing stones, who marked the tors with their symbols. And before them there was the land itself, wild and untamed." He paused, gathering his thoughts, and his mother's knitting needles clicked steadily in the background, a sound like tiny bones rattling. "We have stories," he continued, "passed down, father to son, mother to daughter, stories about what walks the moor when the moon is full. Most folk dismiss them as superstition, fairy tales to frighten children. But my grandfather swore he saw something once, back in the hard winter of 1847. Said it stood upright like a man, but hunched, covered in fur, with eyes that caught the moonlight like an animal's. He was checking on the sheep during a storm, and it was there, among the flock, watching him. He ran, didn't look back, and when he returned in daylight with others, there were tracks. Same as what Thomas Rye found yesterday. Boot prints that became paw prints, as if the thing couldn't decide what it wanted to be. Watson felt a chill, despite the warmth of the fire. There was something in the old farmer's voice, a bone-deep certainty that was difficult to dismiss as mere invention. "You believe these stories?" Holmes asked, his tone carefully neutral. "I believe that men are not as civilized as they like to think," Barrymore replied. "I believe there's something savage in all of us. Something that the moor brings out. Look at the history of this place, Mr. Holmes. The prison at Princetown, built to hold the worst of humanity, and even there, even behind walls and bars, men become beasts. They fight like animals, howl like animals, tear at each other with their bare hands when the madness takes them." The younger son, Thomas, spoke up for the first time. "I saw something 3 nights ago, Mr. Holmes. I was out late, checking the far pasture where the boundary meets Stapleton's land. Wanted to make sure our sheep hadn't wandered onto his precious property where they might disturb his butterflies." The bitterness in his voice was unmistakable. It was near midnight. Moon almost full, clear as day it was. And I heard something moving through the heather, something big. At first, I thought it might be a pony from the wild herd, but then it stood up. He paused, his hands trembling slightly as he raised his own mug to his lips. Stood up like a man, but wrong, too hunched, arms too long. It was perhaps 50 yards away, and the moonlight was bright enough I could see. I could see it was covered in hair or fur, dark and thick. And when it looked at me, Mr. Holmes, when it turned its head in my direction, I felt something I've never felt before. Pure terror. Not the fear you get from a bull that might charge or a dog that might bite. Something deeper, something that made me want to run and keep running until I reached the sea. And did you run? Watson asked gently. I did, Thomas admitted, his face flushing with what might have been shame. I'm not proud of it, but I ran. Didn't stop until I reached the farmyard. And when I told my father... I went out with a lantern and my shotgun, Frank Barrymore interrupted. Found tracks where the boy said the thing had been. Same as always, prints that started human and became animal. And I'll tell you what I told him. Whatever's out there, it's not something we can fight with guns or reason. It's older than both. Holmes had been listening with that intense stillness he adopted when processing information, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, his eyes half closed. Now he opened them fully and fixed Barrymore with a penetrating stare. You're an intelligent man, Mr. Barrymore. Surely you must see the alternative explanation? That someone is deliberately creating these incidents to exploit local superstition. Someone who might benefit from fear, keeping people away from certain areas of the moor. Stapleton, you mean? Barrymore said flatly. Yes, I've thought of that. Man's desperate enough. He put everything he had into purchasing that land, thinking he could make it pay somehow. But moorland's no good for farming unless you know what you're doing. And his butterfly collecting doesn't bring in coin enough to keep body and soul together. He needs us gone so he can do whatever it is he's planning. Sell the land at profit, maybe, once he's consolidated the holdings. Or perhaps, Holmes suggested quietly, the reverse is true. Perhaps someone wants to frighten Mr. Stapleton away, to reclaim land they feel is rightfully theirs. The room fell into a tense silence. Frank Barrymore's face darkened, and for a moment Watson saw something dangerous flash in the old farmer's eyes. The same savagery he'd been talking about, the beast beneath the civilized surface. You're accusing me of murder, then? Because that's what it amounts to. The tinker who was attacked died of his wounds, bled out on the moor before anyone found him. I'm accusing no one, Holmes said calmly. I'm merely exploring possibilities. The tinker's death troubles your theory as much as mine, Mr. Barrymore. If Stapleton were staging these incidents, why kill a random traveller who had nothing to do with your dispute? And if you were staging them to frighten Stapleton away, the same question applies. William Barrymore, who had been silent until now, suddenly stood up, his chair scraping against the stone floor. Maybe it's not about the land at all, he said, his voice rough with emotion. Maybe there really is something out there, something that's been sleeping or hiding, and all our fighting has woken it up. The old people used to say the moor had a spirit, that it didn't like being fought over, being divided up and claimed like it was just another piece of property. Maybe we've angered it. William, his father said sharply. But the young man shook his head. No, father. They need to hear this. 2 months ago, before any of this started, I was out on the moor near the old burial cairns. You know the ones, Mr. Holmes, up on the high ground past Grimpen Mire. I found bones there. Fresh bones, or fresh enough. Sheep, I thought at first, but when I looked closer, they'd been gnawed, not by foxes or dogs. The marks were wrong. Too big, too powerful. Something with jaws strong enough to crack the bones and suck out the marrow. He moved to the window, looking out at the moorland that stretched grey and endless beyond the farmyard. We're not the only ones here, haven't ever been. The moor tolerates us, but it doesn't belong to us. And when we forget that, when we start acting like we're the masters of this place, well, that's when the old things remind us we're not. Watson found himself thinking of the theories that had been circulating in London's scientific circles. Darwin's work, the idea of evolution, the notion that humans weren't separate from the animal kingdom, but part of it. What if, he thought uncomfortably, there were still places where that separation was thinner than elsewhere? Places where the veneer of civilization wore away more easily, revealing the savage ancestry beneath. Holmes rose to his feet, bringing the interview to a close with his customary abruptness. Thank you for your time, Mr. Barrymore. You've been most illuminating. One final question, if I may. The night of the last full moon, 3 days ago, where were you and your sons? Barrymore's expression hardened. Here, all of us, all night. My wife and mother can attest to it. We barred the doors at sunset and didn't open them until dawn, same as we've done every full moon for the past 2 months since this began. Very wise, Holmes said. Come, Watson, we have much to consider. As they walked back toward Grimpen, the afternoon light already beginning to fade into the peculiar twilight that seemed to come early on the moor, Watson ventured a question. What do you make of them, Holmes? Do you believe their story about being inside all night? Holmes walked in silence for several moments before answering. I believe that the Barrymores believe it. Whether that makes it true is another matter entirely. Fear does strange things to memory, Watson, and this place. He paused, looking out across the endless expanse of heather and stone. This place seems designed to cultivate fear. Isolation, harsh conditions, a landscape that hasn't changed in millennia, while the world around it rushes toward progress. Small wonder people here cling to old beliefs, old stories. They provide a kind of comfort, a framework for understanding experiences that defy rational explanation. But surely you don't believe in werewolves, Holmes? His friend was silent for so long that Watson began to think he wouldn't answer. When he finally did, his voice was uncharacteristically thoughtful, almost hesitant. I believe in duality, Watson, in the constant struggle between our civilized selves and our savage instincts. Every man contains both, the gentleman who knows which fork to use at dinner, and the brute who could kill with his bare hands if sufficiently provoked. Most of the time, society keeps the latter restrained, but in places like this, far from the structures that enforce civility, perhaps the balance shifts. They walked on, and behind them, unnoticed by either man, the last rays of sunlight caught the windows of the Barrymore farmhouse, making them gleam like watchful eyes. The moor kept its own counsel, as always, and the moon, still not quite full, began its patient climb into the darkening sky. The following day brought a change in the weather that seemed almost calculated to unsettle. The grey mist that had cloaked the moor for the previous days lifted suddenly, replaced by a sky of startling clarity, sharp and blue as broken glass. The sunlight, when it touched the moorland, revealed details that had been hidden. The individual stems of heather, the precise edges of the granite tors, the way the ancient standing stones cast shadows that moved across the land like the fingers of some vast, invisible clock, measuring time in a currency older than hours or minutes. Holmes had spent the morning in the small parlour of the Rye Arms that Mrs. Barrister had set aside for their use, surrounded by papers and maps, his pipe sending up lazy spirals of smoke that hung in the still air like question marks. Watson, watching him from the window where he'd been observing the village going about its daily business, recognized the signs. His friend was close to something, some pattern or connection that would illuminate the entire puzzle. "I believe," Holmes said suddenly, breaking the silence that had lasted the better part of an hour, "that I have solved it." Watson turned, surprised. Solved it? Already? The human element, at least? Holmes tapped the map before him with the stem of his pipe. "Consider the facts, Watson. We have a land dispute between Stapleton and the Barrymores, both parties with strong motives for wanting the other frightened away. We have a tax that began precisely when the dispute became acrimonious. We have theatrical elements, torn clothing, claw marks, transformed footprints, all designed to evoke supernatural terror. And we have victims who seem random but may not be." He rose and began to pace, his movements quick and angular, like a predatory bird considering its strike. "The tinker who died, I made inquiries this morning. He wasn't simply passing through, as was initially reported. He had been employed by Stapleton to make repairs to Merripit House. A man who might have seen or heard something that made him dangerous to someone's plans. You think Stapleton killed him, his own employee? Or the Barrymores killed him to frame Stapleton, or to prevent him from testifying to Stapleton's whereabouts on certain nights? The specifics matter less than the pattern, Watson. This is human evil dressed in supernatural garb, and I intend to prove it tonight." "Tonight?" Holmes pointed to the calendar Mrs. Barrister had tacked to the wall. "The moon reaches its fullness tonight, if our wolfman is to make another appearance, and I suspect he will, as the performance demands it. Then we shall be waiting. I've arranged for young Thomas Barrymore to be observed by the village constable throughout the evening. Stapleton I can watch myself. And you, my dear Watson, shall serve as bait." Watson felt his stomach tighten. "Bait?" "Nothing dangerous, I assure you. Merely a walk across the moor at the appropriate hour, following a route I shall specify. You'll be armed, and I shall be watching from a concealed position. When our costumed villain makes his appearance, I shall apprehend him, and this entire charade will be revealed for what it is, a land dispute turned violent, wrapped in the trappings of folklore to disguise its mundane venality." There was something in Holmes's voice, Watson thought, a forced certainty, perhaps, or a determination that seemed to be working slightly too hard to convince. But his friend was brilliant, had solved countless cases that seemed impossible, and Watson trusted him implicitly. "Very well," he agreed. "When do we begin?" "We have several hours yet before moonrise. I suggest we use them to make one final visit to Bellevator, to examine the site in this clearer light. There may be details we missed in yesterday's mist." They set out in the early afternoon, the sunlight strong enough to warm Watson's face despite the October chill. The moor looked entirely different in such brightness, less threatening, almost beautiful in its stark, severe way. The heather glowed purple-brown, and the granite of the tors caught the light and threw it back in glints of mica and quartz. Birds called from the gorse bushes, and somewhere in the distance a sheep bleated with that peculiarly mournful sound that seemed to capture the essential loneliness of the landscape. Holmes was in excellent spirits, pointing out details as they walked, the way water had eroded certain stones, the patterns of lichen growth that indicated prevailing wind direction, the subtle paths worn by sheep and wild ponies that created a hidden network across what seemed like trackless wasteland. It was, Watson thought, rather like watching a brilliant musician explain the structure of a complex symphony to someone who had only heard it as pleasant noise. Holmes saw patterns where others saw chaos, order where others saw randomness. They reached Bellevator and the Standing Stones as the sun began its slow descent toward the western horizon. Holmes circled the area methodically, occasionally dropping to his knees to examine something more closely, his magnifying glass appearing and disappearing like a conjurer's prop. Watson, meanwhile, found himself studying the standing stones themselves, 3 pillars of granite, perhaps 8 feet tall, their surfaces smooth with age, but bearing the faint traces of carvings that might have been symbols, or might have been merely the work of weather and time. "Curious," Holmes murmured, straightening from his examination of the ground. "Very curious indeed. What have you found?" "What I haven't found, rather. I've been searching for any indication of artificial paw prints, constructed implements that could be worn over boots to create the illusion of transformation. But there's nothing. No discarded materials, no marks in the surrounding earth where such items might have been hidden or buried. Whoever created this hoax was remarkably thorough in removing evidence." "Or," Watson ventured, feeling slightly foolish even as he said it, "there was nothing to remove because the tracks are genuine." Holmes shot him a sharp look, something flickering across his face that might have been irritation or might have been something else, something that looked almost like uncertainty. "You've been spending too much time listening to the locals, Watson. Next, you'll be telling me you believe in the wished hounds and pixies." Before Watson could respond, a voice called out across the moorland. They turned to see Jack Stapleton approaching, his butterfly net in one hand and a collection box in the other, his tweeds dusty from tramping through the heather. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he called, slightly breathless from his climb. "I thought I recognized you from a distance. Any progress in your investigation?" "Considerable progress," Holmes replied, and Watson noticed how carefully neutral his friend's tone had become. "I expect to have answers very soon, perhaps even tonight." Stapleton's expression brightened. "Tonight? Truly? That would be most welcome news. This business has cast such a pall over the entire area. Even my work has suffered. The locals won't venture onto the moor to assist with my surveys, and I've had to curtail my evening observations entirely." "A wise precaution," Holmes said. "I trust you'll be safely indoors once darkness falls." "Most certainly. I have no desire to encounter whatever is out there, whether man or beast." Stapleton paused, then added almost casually, "I don't suppose you've considered that both might be true. That there could be a genuine creature of some kind, and also someone taking advantage of the situation for their own purposes?" It was an interesting suggestion, Watson thought, and one that Holmes seemed to consider for a moment, before shaking his head. "In my experience, Mr. Stapleton, the simplest explanation is usually correct, and the simplest explanation here is human agency. The supernatural exists only in the minds of those who wish to avoid confronting more mundane forms of evil. After Stapleton had departed, continuing his hunt for butterflies among the moorland gorse, Holmes stood for a long moment staring out across the landscape. The sun was lower now, painting the heather with golden light, casting long shadows from the tors and standing stones. "We should return to the village," he said finally. "We have preparations to make." The carriage had been Holmes's idea, a closed coach borrowed from the local magistrate in Tavistock, solid and well sprung, with a door that could be locked from inside. Watson had questioned the necessity of such elaborate arrangements for what was ostensibly a simple observation exercise, but Holmes had been insistent. "Our villain will be watching for unusual activity," he'd explained. "A man on foot, obviously armed, obviously alert, that would drive him away. But a gentleman travelling by coach, apparently oblivious to danger, that presents an irresistible opportunity." And so, as the sun set and the moon began its rise, perfect and round and impossibly bright in the clear sky, Watson found himself sitting in the coach as it rattled across the moorland road toward Belvoir Tor. Holmes sat across from him, a revolver in his lap, his eyes sharp and watchful, despite the casual posture he'd adopted. "You're certain this is wise?" Watson asked. "Not for the first time." "Wisdom is overrated, my dear Watson. Effectiveness is what matters, and this will be highly effective, I assure you. When our costumed villain attacks the coach, I shall be ready for him. You need only keep the door locked and wait for my signal." The coach swayed and bounced over the rough track, the driver up on his box whistling tunelessly, apparently unbothered by the eeriness of the landscape under the full moon. Inside, the small lamp swung gently, casting moving shadows across the leather interior. Watson found himself thinking of ghost stories he'd heard as a child, of coaches that travelled roads that no longer existed, carrying passengers who had been dead for centuries. He shook off the thought irritably. This was precisely the kind of atmospheric nonsense that allowed criminals to flourish. There was nothing supernatural happening on Dartmoor, merely human wickedness exploiting human credulity. The moon rose higher, its light so bright it seemed almost like daylight filtered through some strange silvering lens. The moorland landscape became simultaneously more visible and more alien, every stone and bush casting sharp shadows, creating a world of stark contrasts where nothing seemed quite as it should be. Holmes had fallen silent, his attention fixed on the window, one hand resting on his revolver. Watson checked his own weapon, fully loaded, well maintained, ready for use if needed. Though what he would need to shoot, he still wasn't entirely certain. The coach had been travelling for perhaps 20 minutes when Holmes suddenly tensed. "Did you hear that?" he asked quietly. Watson listened. Over the rattle of the coach wheels and the clip of the horses' hooves, he thought he detected something else. A sound that might have been the wind, or might have been something running parallel to their route, keeping pace through the heather. "Probably just," Watson began, but Holmes held up a hand for silence. The sound came again, clearer now. Footfalls, rapid and heavy, but with an odd rhythm that didn't quite match human running. Watson felt his heart begin to beat faster, his grip tightening on his revolver. And then, impossibly, something scraped against the outside of the coach. Both men froze. The sound came again, a scratching, scraping noise, like claws being dragged along the wooden panels of the coach door. But they were moving. The coach was in motion, and whatever was making the sound would have to be running alongside them, matching their speed exactly. "Holmes," Watson said, his voice tight. "That's coming from outside." "I can hear it perfectly well, thank you," Holmes replied. But there was a new quality in his voice, something Watson had almost never heard there: uncertainty. Or worse, fear. The scratching moved higher, toward the window. Watson found himself leaning back instinctively, his revolver raised, though what he expected to see through the glass he couldn't have said. And then the coach lurched to a sudden halt. "Driver!" Holmes called out. "What's happening?" There was no answer. The silence that followed seemed to press in on them from all sides, broken only by the heavy breathing of the horse and something else, something that sounded almost like panting, but deeper, more guttural, coming from just outside the coach door. Watson's hand moved toward the door handle, but Holmes grabbed his wrist. "Don't. Not yet. We stay inside. We stay locked. We wait for—" The scratching came again, but this time from inside the coach. Both men stared in horror as 3 parallel lines appeared in the leather of the seat across from them, scoring the material deeply, appearing out of nothing as if invisible claws were dragging across it. The marks glowed faintly in the lamplight, fresh and raw, the leather curling back from cuts that went deep into the stuffing beneath. "That's impossible," Watson whispered. More marks appeared, these on the floor of the coach, gouging into the wood with a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard, amplified 1,000 times. The smell hit them then, something wild and animal, the scent of fur and musk, and something else, something that made Watson's hindbrain scream danger in a voice older than language. Holmes had his revolver out now, pointing it at what? The empty air? The scratches that were appearing from nowhere? His hand, Watson noticed with a kind of detached horror, was shaking. "Show yourself," Holmes demanded, his voice cracking slightly. "Whatever trick this is, reveal yourself this instant." The scratching stopped. For a heartbeat, 2, 3, there was absolute silence. And then something struck the side of the coach with such force that the entire vehicle rocked on its springs. The horse screamed, a sound of pure animal terror. And Watson heard the driver shout something incomprehensible, before the sound of running footsteps faded into the distance. They were alone on the moor, in a locked coach, while something circled them in the moonlight. The door handle rattled, tried from the outside. Watson aimed his revolver at it, his heart hammering so hard he could feel it in his throat. Beside him, Holmes had gone absolutely still, his brilliant mind clearly racing through possibilities, discarding the impossible, grasping for the rational, and finding nothing. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The sounds ceased. The presence, and it had been a presence, both men knew it with certainty beyond reason, withdrew. The smell faded. The night air returned to the simple cold of an October evening on Dartmoor. Slowly, carefully, Holmes unlocked the door and stepped out onto the moorland, his revolver still in hand. Watson followed, his legs unsteady, his breath misting in the cold air. The coach stood alone in the moonlight. The driver was nowhere to be seen, nor the horse. It had apparently broken free and bolted, and there, in the soft earth beside the coach, were prints. Boot prints, leading away from the coach for perhaps 10 feet, and then becoming something else entirely. Holmes crouched beside them, his magnifying glass forgotten in his pocket, simply staring at the tracks that showed, clearly and undeniably a transformation from human to animal. When he looked up at Watson, his face was pale in the moonlight, and his expression was one Watson had never seen before. The great detective, the man who trusted nothing but logic and evidence, had encountered something that defied both. "Watson," he said quietly, "I believe we may need to reconsider our assumptions." The moon looked down on them, indifferent and eternal, while the moor whispered secrets that had no answers. They walked back to Grimpen in silence, two men whose certainties had been shaken in ways neither quite knew how to articulate. The moon followed them overhead, its pale light turning the familiar moorland into something dreamlike and strange, a landscape that existed in the uncertain territory between waking and sleep. Watson found himself checking over his shoulder more than once, his hand never straying far from his revolver, while Holmes moved with an uncharacteristic wariness, his usual confident stride replaced by something more cautious, more alert. The village, when they finally reached it, seemed impossibly bright and solid, windows glowing with lamplight, smoke rising from chimneys, the sounds of human voices and human activity providing a comforting anchor to reality. Mrs. Barrister met them at the door of the Rye Arms, her expression shifting from concern to something approaching alarm when she saw their faces. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, good Lord, what's happened? You look as if you've seen a ghost." "Not a ghost, Mrs. Barrister," Holmes said, his voice carefully controlled, "though I confess I'm no longer certain what we saw. Is there brandy available, and perhaps something hot to eat? We have much to discuss." She ushered them into the small private parlour, and within minutes had provided both brandy and a substantial supper of cold meat and bread, though neither man had much appetite. Holmes sat by the fire, his long fingers wrapped around the brandy glass, staring into the flames with an intensity that suggested he was trying to burn away the memory of what had occurred in the coach. "We must approach this logically," he said finally. "There is always a logical explanation, Watson. Always. The appearance of impossibility merely indicates insufficient data. The claw marks appeared inside a locked coach, Holmes. We both saw them. There was no one else present. We would have seen them, felt them, something, and yet the marks appeared as if scored by invisible talons." Holmes took a long swallow of brandy, suggesting either that our perceptions were somehow compromised, a drug in the air, perhaps, or some form of mass hallucination induced by suggestion and moonlight, or what? Or we witnessed something that our current understanding of natural law cannot accommodate. He set down his glass with a sharp click. "No, I refuse to accept that. There must be a mechanism, a method, some trick we haven't yet identified. In the morning, in daylight, we'll examine the coach thoroughly. We'll find the answer." But Watson could hear the doubt beneath the determination, could see it in the way Holmes's hand trembled slightly as he reached for his pipe. For perhaps the first time in their long association, the great detective seemed genuinely uncertain, genuinely afraid of what he might discover. They sat in silence for some time, each man lost in his own thoughts, until a commotion from the public room beyond drew their attention. Raised voices, the sound of furniture scraping across the floor, and then Mrs. Barrister's voice cutting through the noise with sharp authority. Holmes was on his feet instantly, Watson close behind, both men emerging into the public room to find a scene of considerable confusion. Jack Stapleton stood near the bar, his clothing torn and muddied, his face scratched and bleeding from a dozen small cuts. Around him clustered several villagers, including Thomas Rye and the local blacksmith, while Mrs. Barrister attempted to press a cloth to the worst of the wounds. "Mr. Stapleton," Holmes said sharply, "what's happened?" The naturalist turned toward them, his eyes wild, his breathing ragged. "It came for me," he gasped, "at Merripit House. I was inside, doors locked, windows secured. I'd taken every precaution. But it came anyway, broke through the scullery window, smashed it to pieces. I heard it in the house, Mr. Holmes, heard it breathing, heard its claws on the floorboards. I barricaded myself in the study and fired my shotgun through the door. Must have startled it because it fled. But not before." He gestured helplessly at his injuries. "Glass from the window. I cut myself climbing out, running for the village." Holmes studied him carefully, his detective's eyes cataloguing every detail. "You saw nothing? No glimpse of what attacked you? Only shadows and moonlight through broken glass. And the smell. God, the smell. Like a kennel's, like wet fur and something wilder. And the sounds it made." Stapleton shuddered. "Not human, Mr. Holmes. Whatever is out there, it's not human." Watson found himself thinking of the transformation they'd witnessed, or seemed to witness, in the tracks beside the coach, of the impossible claw marks that had appeared from nowhere, of the presence that had circled them while they sat trapped and helpless. "We should examine your house," Holmes said, "tonight, while the evidence is fresh. Watson, fetch your medical bag. Mr. Stapleton's wounds need proper attention, and someone should alert the village constable, such as he is." But before anyone could move, the door of the public house burst open and Frank Barrymore stumbled in, supported by his 2 sons. The old farmer's face was grey with pain, and his left arm hung at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. His clothes were torn, and there were scratches across his face and neck that looked disturbingly similar to those marking Stapleton. "Doctor," Thomas Barrymore called urgently, "please, my father's been attacked." The room erupted in confused voices as Watson hurried forward, his medical training overriding everything else. He guided Barrymore to a chair and began examining the arm with gentle but efficient movements. "Broken in 2 places," he murmured. "I'll need to set it. Mr. Barrymore, can you tell me what happened?" The old farmer's teeth were gritted against the pain, but he managed to speak. "Was checking the barn. Heard something moving in the shadows, thought it might be a fox after the chickens. Went in with my lantern, and it was there. In the corner, crouched down like an animal, but too big, too wrong. Eyes caught the light, glowed like coals. I shouted, raised my lantern, and it came at me. Knocked me down, clawed at me. Would have killed me, I think, but the boys heard the commotion and came running. It fled before they arrived." Holmes had moved to stand between Stapleton and Barrymore, his sharp gaze moving from one injured man to the other. Both attacked on the same night, both claiming to have been assaulted by something inhuman. How very convenient. Convenient? Stapleton's voice rose with indignation. "You think I smashed my own window, tore my own clothing, cut my own face?" "I think," Holmes said slowly, "that this entire affair has been orchestrated to create exactly this confusion. 2 enemies, both claiming to be victims, both with injuries that support their stories. One of you is lying. Perhaps both of you are. Perhaps you've collaborated in some elaborate scheme whose purpose I have yet to divine. Frank Barrymore let out a bark of bitter laughter, cut short by a wince of pain, as Watson began setting his arm. "You still don't believe, do you, Mr. Holmes, even after whatever you experienced out there tonight? And don't pretend you didn't experience something. I can see it in your face. You still cling to your London logic like a drowning man to driftwood." "Because logic is all we have," Holmes snapped, and there was an edge to his voice that Watson recognized as frustration bordering on anger. "Without it, we're simply animals ourselves, driven by fear and superstition, seeing monsters in every shadow. There is a rational explanation for all of this, and I will find it." He spun on his heel and strode from the room, leaving Watson to finish tending the injured men, while the villagers murmured among themselves, their voices low and worried. The doctor worked methodically, setting Barrymore's arm with practiced efficiency, cleaning and bandaging the cuts on both men's faces and hands. The wounds were real enough, he noted. Deep scratches that would scar, injuries that spoke of genuine violence. When he finally emerged from the public room, he found Holmes in their private parlour, surrounded by papers and maps, a half-empty bottle of brandy at his elbow. The detective looked up as Watson entered, and in the lamplight his face seemed older, more worn than Watson had ever seen it. "I've been reviewing the evidence," Holmes said, gesturing at the scattered documents. "Timeline, locations, victims, and I believe I've found the pattern at last." Watson poured himself a glass of brandy and settled into the chair across from his friend. "I'm listening. Consider the victims, the tinker, employed by Stapleton, potentially privy to information about his employer's activities. Thomas Barrymore claims to have seen the creature near the disputed boundary. Now both Stapleton and Frank Barrymore have been attacked. What if this isn't about land at all? What if it's about something else entirely? Something both families are hiding, some shared secret that connects them. Such as..." Holmes leaned forward, his eyes intense. "I did some research before we came here, Watson. The previous owner of Merripit House, Thomas Baskerville, died under mysterious circumstances. His body was found on the moor, torn and mauled in a manner consistent with animal attack. The inquest returned a verdict of death by misadventure, but there were rumours. Whispers that he'd been involved in something unsavoury, something that connected him to both the Barrymores and to others in the area. What kind of something? That's what I haven't yet determined. But what if Stapleton discovered evidence of this when he purchased the property? What if he attempted to use it as leverage against the Barrymores to force them to relinquish their claim on the grazing land? And what if they responded by attempting to frighten him away using these staged attacks? It was a reasonable theory, Watson had to admit. It had the virtue of explaining the human motives, while accounting for the theatrical nature of the incidents. And yet, it doesn't explain what happened in the coach, Holmes. It doesn't explain how claw marks appeared from nowhere in a locked space. Holmes's face tightened. I know it doesn't. But there must be an explanation. Perhaps some form of chemical agent that causes the leather to split and curl, creating the appearance of claw marks. Perhaps our perceptions were altered by inhaling fumes from the moorland vegetation. There are plants known to cause hallucinations. Perhaps, Watson interrupted gently. There are things in this world that don't fit neatly into our categories of possible and impossible. Perhaps the locals are right, and there's something on this moor that science cannot yet explain. For a long moment, Holmes simply stared at him, and Watson saw the struggle playing out behind those sharp, grey eyes. The desperate need to believe in reason and evidence warring with the undeniable reality of what they had experienced. "No," Holmes said finally, but his voice lacked conviction. "No, I cannot accept that. I will not accept it. Tomorrow, we examine Stapleton's house and the Barrymore barn. We collect physical evidence. We interview witnesses with precision. And we find the human agency behind all of this, because human agency is all there can be." He poured himself another brandy, his hand steady now, his mask of certainty firmly back in place. But Watson knew his friend too well to be fooled. Beneath that surface assurance, doubt had taken root. Doubt that no amount of logic or investigation could entirely dispel. Morning came slowly to Dartmoor, the sun hauling itself reluctantly above the horizon, as if it too were uncertain about illuminating what the night had concealed. Watson woke to find Holmes already gone, a note on the table indicating he'd left at first light to examine the coach in daylight, to search for the rational explanation that must surely exist. The village was subdued when Watson ventured downstairs. Small clusters of villagers stood in doorways or by the stone walls, speaking in low voices, their faces tight with worry. 3 attacks in one night. That had never happened before. The pattern was escalating, and no one knew what it meant or when it might end. Mrs. Barrister provided breakfast with her usual efficiency, but even she seemed troubled, her movements less assured than usual. "There's talk of bringing in the militia from Tavistock," she said as she poured Watson's tea. "Some of the men want to organize a hunt, track this thing down and kill it, whatever it is." "That would be extremely dangerous," Watson said carefully, "until we know exactly what we're dealing with. Begging your pardon, Doctor, but we do know. We've always known, those of us who were born to this place. The moor has its own rules, its own spirits. And when those rules are broken, when the old boundaries are violated..." She trailed off, shaking her head. "Your Mr. Holmes is a brilliant man, I'm sure. But brilliance born in London streets doesn't always translate to moorland wisdom." It was the longest speech Watson had heard her make, and it was delivered with quiet certainty that was somehow more convincing than any amount of hysterical insistence would have been. This was a woman who had lived her entire life on Dartmoor, who had absorbed its rhythms and its mysteries with her mother's milk. If she believed there was something genuinely supernatural at work, could he simply dismiss her conviction as ignorance? Holmes returned mid-morning, his clothes muddy and his expression frustrated. "Nothing," he announced, dropping into a chair. "I examined every inch of that coach. No hidden mechanisms, no chemical residue, no concealed compartments from which an accomplice might have emerged. The claw marks are real, scored deeply into the leather and wood, but there's no indication of how they were created." "Perhaps," Watson ventured, "because they were created exactly as they appeared to be, by something we cannot see or understand through conventional means." Holmes shot him a look of profound irritation. "You're beginning to sound like Mrs. Barrister. Next, you'll be telling me to consult the village wise woman or make offerings to the moorland spirits. I'm telling you that rigid adherence to preconceived notions of what is possible may be blinding you to what is actually occurring." Before Holmes could respond, Thomas Ray appeared at the door, his face flushed with excitement. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, you need to come. "We've found something. Something that changes everything." They followed him through the village and out onto the moorland, where a small group had gathered near one of the ancient boundary markers. As they approached, the crowd parted to reveal what had been discovered. A man's clothing, torn and bloody, arranged across the heather, and beside it, clear in the soft earth, the now familiar pattern of footprints, boots that became paws, human that became animal. But this time there was something else. A document, weighted down with a stone to prevent it from blowing away. Holmes snatched it up, his eyes scanning the text rapidly, and Watson watched as his friend's face went from confusion to shock to something that might have been triumph. "What is it?" Watson asked. Holmes looked up, and there was a strange light in his eyes. "A confession. Of sorts. A letter from Thomas Baskerville, written shortly before his death. And it explains, well, it explains a great deal. Though not," he added quietly, "in the way I expected." He handed the document to Watson, who read it with growing astonishment. It was indeed a confession, but not of fraud or trickery. Instead, it described a curse, passed down through certain families of Dartmoor for generations. A curse that caused some men, under the light of the full moon, to transform into something bestial, something savage. Baskerville claimed to have suffered from it, as had his father before him. And he warned that the curse could be passed to others through violence, through the mixing of blood. "This is madness," Watson said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Is it?" Holmes took the letter back, studying it intently. "Or is it an explanation that fits the facts better than any rational theory we've constructed? What if there is a medical condition, unknown to science, that causes such transformations? What if—" He stopped abruptly, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. Watson turned to follow his line of sight and felt his blood run cold. There, on the ridge above them, silhouetted against the morning sky, stood a figure. Man-shaped but wrong, hunched and twisted, watching them with an intensity they could feel even at this distance. For a long moment, no one moved. The figure and the gathered villagers simply regarded each other across the moorland, separated by perhaps 100 yards, and by the unbridgeable gap between civilization and wildness. And then the figure dropped to all fours and loped away across the moor with a speed and grace no human could match, disappearing into a fold of the landscape as if it had never been. Holmes stood frozen, the letter still clutched in his hand, his certainties crumbling like the ancient stones around them. "Watson," he said quietly, "I believe we may need to reconsider everything we think we know about the nature of reality." The moor whispered its agreement, and overhead, though it was full daylight, the memory of the full moon seemed to linger in the pale sky. The letter lay spread across the table in their private parlour, its edges weighted down with teacups and Holmes' pipe case, the cramped handwriting of Thomas Baskerville staring up at them like an accusation. Watson had read it 3 times now, each reading making the words no less extraordinary, no less impossible, and yet no less convincing. Holmes sat motionless in his chair, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, his eyes distant and unfocused. He had been in this position for the better part of an hour, ever since they'd returned from the moor, and Watson knew better than to interrupt when his friend was in the grip of such profound contemplation. Outside, the afternoon was fading into evening, the light taking on that peculiar quality it had on Dartmoor, golden and somehow melancholy, as if the sun itself were reluctant to set and surrender the landscape to whatever waited in the darkness. "Tell me, Watson," Holmes said finally, his voice quiet and measured, "in your medical training, did you ever encounter cases that defied conventional diagnosis? Conditions that seemed to exist outside the boundaries of accepted science?" Watson considered the question carefully. "There are always mysteries in medicine, Holmes. Illnesses that present with symptoms we cannot explain, recoveries that seem miraculous, reactions to treatments that make no logical sense. But we assume that our ignorance is temporary, that eventually, with enough research and observation, we will understand. And what if that assumption is incorrect?" Holmes leaned forward, his intensity returning. "What if there are conditions, phenomena, aspects of the natural world that will never fit comfortably into our taxonomies and theories? What if the very act of trying to rationalize them causes us to miss their essential truth?" It was an extraordinary admission from a man who had built his entire methodology on reason and empirical observation. Watson felt as if he were watching a fundamental shift in his friend's worldview, like watching a building's foundation crack and resettle in a new configuration. "You're saying you believe Baskerville's letter. You believe in the curse." Holmes shook his head slowly. "I'm saying I no longer know what I believe. I know what I experienced in that coach, Watson. I know what we both saw on the ridge this morning. I know that every rational explanation I've constructed has crumbled under the weight of the evidence. And I know that the people of this place, who have lived here far longer than either of us, have their own understanding of what walks the moor. Perhaps it's time I listened to that understanding, rather than dismissing it as superstition." He rose and moved to the window, looking out at the moorland that stretched away toward the horizon, already beginning to blur into twilight. "Do you know the history of this place, Watson? I mean the deep history, the layers beneath the layers." "Only what I've read in guidebooks. Ancient settlements, Bronze Age burial sites, that sort of thing. Long before the Romans came, before the Saxons, before any of the peoples we would recognize as the ancestors of modern Britain, there were others here. They built the standing stones, carved symbols into the granite, buried their dead in cairns on the high places. We know almost nothing about them. Their language is lost, their beliefs are lost, their very names are lost. But they lived here for thousands of years, Watson. Thousands of years of accumulated knowledge about this landscape, about what it contains, about what is possible within its boundaries." Holmes turned from the window, his expression thoughtful. "The Romans, when they came to Britain, found things that shocked them. Druids who could prophesy, holy wells with healing powers, forests where strange rites were performed. They wrote about these things, documented them, but always with the assumption that the natives were primitive, superstitious. What if they were wrong? What if the people they encountered understood something about the natural world that Roman science simply couldn't accommodate? You're suggesting that the curse is real, that men can genuinely transform into beasts. I'm suggesting that we may be using the wrong framework entirely. Perhaps it's not a curse in any supernatural sense. Perhaps it's a condition, medical, biological, something that exists in the realm of the natural, but that our current understanding of nature cannot encompass. Darwin has shown us that humans and animals share common ancestry. What if, in some individuals, under certain conditions, that ancestry becomes more pronounced, more literal? It was a bridge between the rationale and the inexplicable, Watson realized. A way for Holmes to acknowledge what they'd witnessed without completely abandoning his faith in natural law. Whether it was correct or not, he couldn't say. But it at least offered a framework for moving forward. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Mrs. Barrister entered with her customary briskness, though her face was troubled. "There's someone to see you, Mr. Holmes. Old Mary Cartwright. She's been the village herbalist these 40 years, knows more about the moor and its ways than anyone living. Says she has information about what's been happening." Holmes and Watson exchanged glances. "Show her in, please." The woman who entered was ancient, her face so deeply lined it seemed carved from the same weathered stone as the tors themselves. She moved slowly, but with dignity, leaning on a walking stick of blackthorn that looked as old as she was. Her eyes, however, were sharp and clear, missing nothing as they examined both men with an assessment that felt almost uncomfortably penetrating. "Mr. Holmes," she said, her voice carrying the soft burr of the moorland accent. "Dr. Watson, I've been hearing about your investigations, about how you've been trying to make sense of things using your London logic." She settled into the chair Mrs. Barrister pulled out for her, arranging her heavy skirts with careful precision. "Reckon it's time someone told you the truth, whether you're ready to hear it or not." Holmes leaned forward attentively. "I assure you, Mrs. Cartwright, I'm ready to hear whatever you can tell us. My previous assumptions have proven inadequate." The old woman studied him for a long moment, then nodded as if satisfied. "The moor is old, Mr. Holmes. Older than the church, older than the village, older than any human habitation. It was here before we came, and it'll be here long after we're gone. And it has its own nature, its own rules, its own way of being. Most times, it tolerates us. We live on it, we work it, we take what we need from it, and it allows this. But there are boundaries, ancient boundaries, marked by the standing stones, by the cairns, by the very shape of the land itself. And when those boundaries are violated, the moor responds." "Responds how?" Watson asked gently. "By reminding us what we are, by stripping away the civilized veneer and showing us the beast that lives in all of us. You think it's a curse, some supernatural affliction. But it's simpler than that and more terrible. It's the truth of our nature laid bare." She reached into the bag she carried and pulled out a bundle of dried herbs, their scent sharp and slightly medicinal. "There are plants that grow on the high moor, in places where the boundary is thin. Plants that the old people knew about, that they used in their rituals. Eat them under the full moon, and they change you. Open up something in the blood, in the bones. Make you remember what your ancestors were before they learned to walk upright, before they learned to speak, before they learned to pretend they were anything other than animals." "You're saying the transformation is induced by a substance, a hallucinogen of some kind?" Holmes's eyes gleamed with renewed interest, but Mary Cartwright shook her head. "Not a hallucination, Mr. Holmes. That's what you want it to be. I can see that. Want it to be something you can study in a laboratory, break down into compounds and effects. But it's real. The change is real. The beast is real. It's just not what you think it is." She leaned forward, her voice dropping to something just above a whisper. Thomas Baskerville found the old rituals, found where the plants grew, found the instructions carved into stones that most folks had forgotten how to read. He thought he could control it, use it somehow. He was wrong. Once you open that door, once you let the beast out, it doesn't go back in easy. And if you shed blood while you're changed, if you hurt someone, tear them with claw or tooth, then you pass it on. The victim becomes capable of the change themselves, whether they want it or not. Watson felt a chill run down his spine. The tinker. He was attacked, bitten, before he died, and then, whoever he was, in his final moments, he became capable of the change. Maybe didn't even know it was happening to him. Maybe died confused and terrified, not understanding why his body was betraying him. But the change had been started. The door had been opened. Mary Cartwright's eyes were sad. That's the real curse, gentlemen. Not some mystical affliction, but a disease of sorts. A disease that spreads through violence and lives in the blood. Holmes was silent for a long moment, his brilliant mind clearly racing through the implications. And the boundary violations you mentioned? The land dispute between Stapleton and the Barrymores? The land Stapleton bought includes one of the old ritual sites, a place where the change was performed in ancient times, where the boundary between human and animal is thinnest. By claiming it, by fencing it, by treating it as property to be owned rather than sacred ground to be respected, he violated something, and the Moor responded. By causing the transformations, by making them more likely, more powerful. The place itself has a nature, Mr. Holmes. It remembers what was done there. And when the full moon rises over ground that remembers such things, well, she spread her hands in a gesture that encompassed the inexplicable. Nature reasserts itself. Watson found himself thinking of the figure they'd seen on the ridge, hunched, bestial, yet somehow still retaining a spark of human awareness in how it watched them. Is there a cure? A way to reverse the condition once someone has been infected? Mary Cartwright's expression grew grave. The old people had ways, or so the stories say. Rituals of purification, herbs that could close the door that had been opened. But the knowledge has been lost, or mostly lost. What I know is fragments, pieces, enough to recognize what's happening, perhaps, but not enough to stop it. She reached into her bag again and produced a smaller bundle of herbs, wrapped in cloth. This much I can offer: wolfsbane and silverweed, blessed thistle and rowan bark. Burn them when the moon rises. The smoke won't cure anything, but it might discourage. Might make it harder for the change to take hold, might keep the beast at bay for a time. It's what we did in my grandmother's day, when these things happened. And they did happen, Mr. Holmes, though not in living memory until now. The Moor goes through cycles, long periods of quiet, and then times when the old patterns reassert themselves. Holmes accepted the bundle with a gravity that suggested he was taking her word seriously, perhaps for the first time truly accepting that his rational framework might be inadequate to the situation. How many people in the village might be affected? How many were injured in the attacks? Stapleton and Frank Barrymore for certain. Both were clawed, both bled. Young Thomas Barrymore might have been exposed, depending on how close he got to his father after the attack. And there may be others we don't know about yet. The change doesn't always take immediately. Sometimes it lies dormant until the next full moon, or the one after that. So we have a month, Watson said quietly. A month until the moon is full again, and whatever is dormant might activate. If you're lucky, yes. If you're not. Mary Cartwright rose slowly to her feet, leaning heavily on her blackthorn stick. The Moor keeps its own time, gentlemen, and its own accounting. My advice: resolve the land dispute. Restore the boundaries. Give back to the moor what was taken from it. Maybe then it'll release its hold on those who've been changed. Maybe not. But it's the only chance I can see." After she'd gone, Holmes sat in silence for a long time, the bundle of herbs resting on the table before him. Finally he spoke, his voice thoughtful. "You know, Watson, when we came here, I was so certain, so absolutely convinced that I would find a human criminal behind all of this. Some clever fraud exploiting local superstition for personal gain. The idea that there might be genuine mystery in the world, genuine phenomena beyond our current understanding, I dismissed it without consideration. I was arrogant." "You were rational," Watson countered. "In 9 cases out of 10, that rationality serves us well. But this is the 10th case." Holmes looked up, and in his eyes was something Watson had rarely seen: humility. "And it requires a different kind of thinking, not abandoning reason, but expanding it, accepting that the natural world may be stranger and more complex than our theories allow for." He stood and moved to the window again, watching as the last light faded from the moorland sky. "Tomorrow we speak with Stapleton and the Barrymores again, not as adversaries or suspects, but as fellow sufferers. We convince them to resolve their dispute, to restore the land to its proper state. And we prepare for the next full moon, because whether this is a medical condition or a mystical curse or something in between, we need to be ready. And if the change occurs, if we witness someone transforming before our eyes—" Holmes was quiet for a moment. "Then we do what we can to help them, Watson, to contain the beast without killing the human trapped inside it. Because that's what we do. We help people, whether the dangers they face are criminal masterminds or their own savage natures." Night had fallen completely now, and through the window they could see the moor stretching away into darkness, vast and ancient and indifferent to human concerns. Somewhere out there, Watson thought, someone might be feeling the first stirrings of change, the first whispers of the beast awakening in their blood. Someone might be looking at their hands in the lamplight and wondering if, when the moon rose full again, those hands would remain human. The moor remembered what it had always known, that civilization was a thin shell over something far older and wilder. And sometimes, when the conditions were right, when the boundaries were violated and the old patterns reasserted themselves, that shell cracked, revealing the truth beneath, revealing the beast that had never really gone away. It had only been waiting. Morning arrived with a softness that seemed almost apologetic, as if the dawn itself were trying to make amends for the terrors of recent nights. Watson woke to find pale sunlight filtering through his window, painting the rough plaster walls with gentle gold, and for a moment, just a moment, he could almost believe that the events of the past days had been nothing more than an elaborate fever dream, brought on by too much moorland air and Mrs. Barrister's heavy suppers. But then he saw Holmes already awake and dressed, seated at the small writing desk with papers spread before him, and the reality of their situation settled back over him like a familiar, uncomfortable cloak. His friend looked haggard, as if he'd slept little or not at all, but there was a determination in the set of his shoulders that Watson recognized. This was Holmes, at his most focused, his brilliant mind fully engaged with a problem that had finally captured his complete attention. "Good morning, Watson," Holmes said, without looking up from his writing. I've been drafting a proposal, something that might satisfy both Stapleton and the Barrymores while respecting let us call them the natural requirements of the moorland. I believe I have a solution that will serve everyone's interests if I can convince them to listen. Watson poured himself water from the pitcher and splashed his face, the cold shocking away the last vestiges of sleep. You think they'll be amenable to negotiation, given everything that's happened? I think they're frightened enough to listen to reason. Both have been attacked. Both are injured. Both now carry the potential for transformation within them. They have more in common now than they have in opposition. And more importantly, Holmes finally looked up, his grey eyes intense. They both know that what's happening to them is real. Not a hoax, not a trick, but something genuine and terrifying. That shared understanding might be enough to bridge the gap. By mid-morning, Holmes had managed to arrange a meeting at the Rye Arms, in the same private parlour where so much of their investigation had unfolded. Jack Stapleton arrived first, his face still marked by the scratches from broken glass, his manner nervous and uncertain. He was followed shortly by Frank Barrymore and his sons, the old farmer's arm in a proper splint, now thanks to Watson's ministrations, though the pain lines around his eyes suggested he was far from comfortable. The two parties eyed each other warily across the room, years of animosity and recent shared trauma creating a tension that Watson could almost feel pressing against his skin. Holmes stood between them, a neutral figure, his long frame seeming to fill the small space with quiet authority. "Gentlemen," he began, his voice calm and measured, "I've asked you here because I believe we've all come to understand something fundamental about this situation. This is not, as I initially believed, a matter of criminal deception. Nor is it, as some might prefer to think, entirely supernatural. It is something else, something that exists in the space between our comfortable categories of possible and impossible." Stapleton shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "Mr. Holmes, I appreciate your efforts, but I fail to see how philosophical discussions will help us. I've been attacked in my own home. I'm considering abandoning Merripit House entirely, selling the property at whatever loss I must take, and returning to civilization where such things don't happen." "Running won't help you," Frank Barrymore said quietly. "Whatever you've got in your blood now, you'll carry it with you wherever you go. Come the next full moon, it won't matter if you're on Dartmoor or in the heart of London. The beast will wake, and you'll need to be somewhere. You can't hurt anyone when it does." The naturalist's face went pale. "You're saying I'm infected? That I'll transform as well? You were clawed, weren't you? Bled. That's how it passes from one to another, according to the old knowledge. I'm infected too, Mr. Stapleton. We're in this together now, whether we like it or not." Holmes nodded gravely. "Which brings me to my proposal." The herbalist, Mary Cartwright, suggested that the transformations are linked to the violation of ancient boundaries, specifically the ritual site on the disputed land. What if we were to restore that site to its original state? Remove all fencing, cease any attempts at ownership or cultivation, and formally dedicate it as common ground, protected and undisturbed. "You want me to simply give up my legal property?" Stapleton's voice rose with indignation. "I want you to save your humanity," Holmes replied sharply, "and that of Mr. Barrymore and anyone else who may have been exposed. Mrs. Cartwright believes, and I'm inclined to credit her experience, that respecting the moorland's natural boundaries may reduce the power of the transformation, may make it easier to resist when the moon rises full again. Frank Barrymore leaned forward, his weathered face thoughtful, despite the pain he must have been feeling. There's precedent for this. My grandfather spoke of a similar situation back in the 1840s. Land that had been enclosed was returned to common use, and the troubles ceased. I never believed the stories until now, but I believe them now. And what guarantee do I have that returning the land will actually help? Stapleton demanded. What if this is all just moorland superstition, and I'm giving up valuable property for nothing? Watson spoke for the first time, his medical training lending authority to his words. Mr. Stapleton, I've examined your wounds, and Mr. Barrymore's. I've seen the tracks on the moor, witnessed phenomena that I cannot explain through conventional science. Whether we call this a disease, a curse, or something else entirely, it is real. And if there is even a chance that restoring the land might help contain it, isn't that chance worth taking? What value has property if you lose your very self? The room fell silent. Outside, through the small window, Watson could see the moorland stretching away under clear autumn sky, beautiful and terrible in its ancient indifference. A curlew called somewhere in the distance, its cry lonely and strange. Finally, Stapleton nodded slowly. Very well. I'll deed the disputed land to the parish as common ground, with the stipulation that it remain undisturbed in perpetuity. God knows I've no wish to transform into whatever that thing was that attacked me. If this gives even a small chance of preventing that, I'll do it. As will I, Barrymore said. Our sheep will graze elsewhere. The old boundaries will be respected. He extended his good hand across the space between them. I'm sorry for the hard words between us, Mr. Stapleton. We're both victims in this, not adversaries. Stapleton hesitated only a moment before taking the offered hand. And I'm sorry for my arrogance in thinking I could own such land without consequence. The moor has taught me humility, if nothing else. Holmes allowed himself a small smile. Excellent. I'll draw up the necessary documents today. But there's one more thing we must discuss. Practical preparations for the next full moon, which is now less than 4 weeks away. We need to ensure that both of you and anyone else who might be affected are safely contained when the time comes. The following days passed in a blur of activity. Holmes proved remarkably adept at navigating the legal requirements of land transfer, working with the magistrate in Tavistock to formalize the dedication of the disputed territory as protected common ground. A small ceremony was held at the ritual site itself. The standing stones and the ancient markers that had stood for millennia, with Mary Cartwright presiding to perform what she called the Old Blessing, asking the Moor's forgiveness for the violations that had occurred. Watson, watching the proceedings, found himself moved in ways he couldn't quite articulate. There was something profound in the sight of these people, Holmes with his fierce rationality, Stapleton with his scientific naturalism, the Barrymores with their generations of moorland pragmatism, all bowing their heads before something older and greater than any of them could fully understand. The herbalist burned her mixture of wolfsbane and blessed thistle, the smoke rising into the clear air, and spoke words in a language that might have been ancient Celtic, or might have been older still. Whether it was ritual or medicine, superstition or forgotten science, Watson couldn't say. But when it was finished, when the last of the smoke had drifted away across the heather, there was a sense of completion, of balance restored. "Will it work?" Watson asked Holmes quietly as they walked back toward Grimpen. His friend was silent for a long moment, his sharp eyes scanning the moorland landscape as if searching for answers in the pattern of stones and heather. "I don't know," he admitted finally. "But I've learned something on this moor, Watson. I've learned that certainty is sometimes the enemy of truth. I came here convinced I knew what was possible and what wasn't. That certainty blinded me to what was actually happening. Now I'm content to acknowledge mystery, to accept that there are aspects of the natural world that our current frameworks cannot accommodate." "That's quite an admission, coming from you." Holmes smiled faintly. "Yes, well, even I can learn, given sufficient motivation. The sight of claw marks appearing from nowhere in a locked coach tends to concentrate the mind wonderfully." They had reached the edge of the village when Thomas Rye intercepted them, his weathered face bearing an expression that might have been relief. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. Thought you should know. My sheep were up by the old ritual site this morning. First time I've been willing to graze them there since all this began. And there were no signs of disturbance, no tracks, nothing. Just moorland, peaceful as you please." "That's good to hear, Mr. Ree," Holmes replied. "Let us hope it remains so." They departed Dartmoor 3 days later, on a morning wrapped in the gentle mist that seemed to be the moorland's natural state. Mrs. Barrister had packed them a generous breakfast for the journey, and half the village turned out to see them off, as if their brief presence had made them somehow part of the community. As the trap carried them away from Grimpen, Watson found himself looking back at the landscape that had challenged and changed them both. The tors rose from the mist like islands from a silver sea. The standing stones marked boundaries, both visible and invisible, and somewhere in the vastness of it all, the ancient rhythms continued their patient dance. "Do you think they'll be all right?" he asked. "Stapleton and Barrymore, when the full moon comes?" Holmes considered the question carefully. "I think they have a better chance now than they did. Whether the restoration of the land will be enough to prevent the transformation entirely, or merely to make it manageable, that remains to be seen. I've arranged for regular correspondence with Mrs. Barrister. She'll keep us informed of any developments. And if the transformations continue, if people are hurt, then we'll return and we'll find another approach. Science advances through failure as much as success, Watson. Each attempt, each observation, brings us closer to understanding." He paused, then added more quietly, "Though I confess I hope it doesn't come to that. I've seen enough of the beast in men for one lifetime." The trap rattled on toward the railway station at Princetown, carrying them back toward London, toward gaslight and fog and the comfortable certainties of Baker Street. But Watson knew that neither of them would forget what they'd witnessed on Dartmoor, the sight of something that shouldn't exist according to all the laws of nature they'd been taught, the humbling recognition that the world was stranger and more complex than their philosophies allowed for. As the moor faded into the distance behind them, Watson found himself thinking of duality, not just the duality of man and beast, but the duality of knowledge and mystery, certainty and wonder. Holmes had built his reputation on eliminating the impossible until only the truth remained. But what if the impossible and the truth were not always opposed? What if some truths were impossible by the very standards we used to judge possibility? The train to London steamed and hissed, ready to carry them back to civilization. Watson settled into his seat and opened his notebook, beginning to record the case in his careful handwriting. He would publish it eventually, he thought, though perhaps with enough alterations to protect the innocent and obscure the specifics of location. People would read it as Gothic fiction, as melodrama, never believing it could be true. And perhaps that was for the best. Holmes sat across from him, already lighting his pipe, his eyes distant, as they often were, when a case had concluded, but his mind continued to turn over the implications. "Watson," he said suddenly, "when you write this up, and I know you will, perhaps you might consider leaving some things ambiguous, some mysteries unsolved. That's not your usual preference." "No," Holmes agreed, "but this is not a usual case, and I find I'm rather content to let the moor keep some of its secrets. Not everything needs to be explained. Not every shadow needs to have light shone upon it." Watson nodded and continued writing, recording their adventure while the train carried them away from Dartmoor, away from the standing stones and the ancient boundaries, away from the place where the beast and the man existed in uneasy balance. Behind them, the moor settled back into its timeless patience. The full moon would rise again in 3 weeks' time, and when it did, certain men would feel the stirring in their blood, the call of something older than civilization. Whether they would resist or succumb, whether the restoration of the boundaries would be enough to hold the beast at bay, that remained to be seen. But the moor would remember. It had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the coming and going of peoples, the eternal dance between savagery and civilization. It would witness this too, would hold the truth of it in its ancient stones and endless heather, keeping faith with mysteries that had no need of solution. And above it all, the moon would climb the sky, indifferent and eternal, illuminating the thin line between man and beast, reason and instinct, the known and the unknowable. Some truths, the moor whispered to those who could hear, were not meant to be fully understood, only respected, only remembered, only lived with in whatever fragile peace could be found. The train gathered speed, and Dartmoor faded into memory and mist, leaving behind only the lingering question of what it truly meant to be human in a world where humanity itself was not always certain.